think it's a good note to start up. All right, let's hit that button. There you are. Hello. Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. It's Thursday, right? Yes? Sounds right. Hello, Standing. Welcome in. Happy Thursday to you. It has been good. It has been a good day, actually. A good couple of days. Hello, lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. Hope everyone is having a good week. Hope you're all ready for the weekend. Suppose it doesn't matter as much as it used to, but still. Sorry. Ooh. Head achy. Not a full-on headache, just right as the stream was starting, a little bit of like, oh. Anyway, it's been a good couple of days. It's been a good couple of days. I'm still kind of settling into things. But I am like getting a fair amount done, which is nice. You know, I got some drawing stuff. I got a little bit more done on the model. It is making slow but steady work. I did actually get to accomplish the thing that I wanted to do before stream. So I went in and reset up the throwing animation. You know, at the end of last Thursday, we had sort of gotten things into a really interesting spot, but the animation had gotten really fucked up. So I was looking at it, I was like, I just need to redo this. And, you know, I wanted to get it done before stream so that we could actually progress on stuff today. And I was able to do that because I had my afternoon to work with, so that was cool. I read that the pollen count is very high. Could be that. Possibly. It's possible. I'm wondering if my headphones are not sitting very well on my head anymore. That might be causing headaches and whatnot. I mean, it doesn't feel like anything's different, but... So I had I guess it was headphones. I can't remember if it was headphones or earbuds, but I had some sort of audio device that it was wearing out, it was getting old, and I think it was like creating a circuit, like it was micro zapping my ear, and that hurt. That was causing a lot of discomfort, as you might imagine. Hello, Sonic. Happy Thursday. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the bits. I'm not aware of anything else, but I do like shiny rocks, so I will hold on to them. Thank you. Yes, we have electroshock therapy at home. Me takes an old headset and just proceeds to like blast death metal. So yeah, I don't think it's that, but it's not impossible because yeah, if you're getting little like disturbances into the ear, that can really mess with you. So it got brought up on Tuesday, but I like fell really hard into that rabbit hole about the whole Lego scandal, the bricks and minifigs, and I don't want to spend a whole lot of time talking about it just because one, there are a lot of people that are already covering it and can discuss it much better than I can, and two, there's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of people covering it, and they're covering it from different angles and different opinions, and I don't want to sort of throw my hat into the ring and sort of add to the confusion of the discussion, because I feel like when you get into these spaces and, you know, there's a lot of people talking about a topic, a lot of people will misrepresent it, and even inadvertently, which is what I feel like I would do, I would not explain it necessarily as well as it would need to be explained. But it's crazy. It is a wild situation. Like, even going, a lot of the people, the YouTubers and such, like Legal Devs, looked more into like, okay, what is the case that sort of kicked all of this off? a lot of it is looking at the original consignment agreement that the original parties signed when the Lego collection was handed over to Bricks and Minifig to sell. And like that by itself is crazy enough, right? But then just all of the stuff once the police department has got involved is like, okay, this escalated to a new level of insanity. There's like, yeah, I don't think this is defensible. Like, absolutely everyone involved has not handled this in perhaps the best or most professional way possible, but it's also the case that like, yeah, there are absolutely situations of corruption going on here. And people just exploiting the legal system to their own end. One of the comments that I saw on the legal discussion of the consignment case made a point of, yes, everyone should have a lawyer to discuss and help with these issues, but like one of the parties involved even like made a point in a phone call. It's like, if you want to go the legal route, we will bleed you dry, right? We will just run this out until the cost of pursuing the case is more than whatever the collection is worth. And it's like, okay, cool. Hello, Mage. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. I was just talking a little bit about the insanity with the Lego case, which I swear, like, it develops on a day-by-day basis, which is fun. But yeah, I don't want to get too deep into it just because I don't want to, like, I don't want to speak with, like, a position of authority and misspeak about what's going on. I didn't see the company update. I did see that the police department, the redacted body cam footage got leaked. So that was neat. Okay, I will ask, what was the update? They are cutting ties with the two owners. Ooh. That's fun. The really crazy thing to me is, like, at the outer bound, this collection. So the collection that was handed over to Bricks and Minifigs is a bunch of antique Star Wars Lego sets. You know, many of them are not in production anymore. So the sort of upper estimate of what this was worth was maybe $200,000, and you know, different appraisals will give you different amounts. But the way that this has run out and the way that things have gotten involved, like, the amount of damage that has been incurred by everyone involved is way more than $200,000. Looking to return what hasn't been sold and compensate for what has. See, that's what they should have just done right at the start, right? Is just settle the matter, eat the loss, whatever it is, and move on. Like, the cost, the damage to the company and to everyone involved far exceeds whatever this was worth. I don't understand how people so undervalue reputation. Because it's not that hard to accrue $200,000 in lost sale of, oh, I don't trust that company, I'm not going to do business with them. Is that they're cutting ties after a devastating social media campaign. Yeah. Well, and I was talking with my roommate about it a little bit, I saw some comments sort of insinuating like this is not the first time that something like this has happened. It's just the first time that it's gotten this much attention. So probably someone just thought that they could get away with it again. Allegedly, right? It's wild. It is wild. So yeah, I ended up binging all of Charlie's videos on it, even watching a few of Ben's videos. I watched one of the legal advisory ones on it, and the whole thing is fucking stupid. It's crazy, it's scary, and like everything that happened regarding the actual consignment is like chapter 1. And then everything that actually happened while they were trying to serve the legal papers is like, okay, this just escalated from like a crazy internet story to like actual corruption. So like, I'm glad if that part gets settled, but we kind of still need to deal with the other thing that's going on. Like, that's a whole other level. Yeah, I'm not gonna recount everything because I might get things out of order, I might misrepresent things, but I would definitely recommend going and watching Ben and or Charlie's videos on it, just because it's crazy. It's crazy. It's a wild adventure, and it's not over. It sounds like part of it might be coming to a close, but the rest of it is just like, what the fuck is happening? So yeah, that ended up being a surprising amount of yesterday. I had that on while I was doing other stuff, obviously. I did play some more No Man's Sky. Unfortunately, so the way that No Man's Sky has the expedition going on, I think I saw the Legal Eagle. I did watch that video. And like I was saying, his video is mostly focusing on the consignment debate, right? The whole sort of original thing that kicked this off. It doesn't look at any of the stuff regarding the police behavior. And it doesn't really even, like, he sets it up that there's going to be another video on Reckless Ben's participation in the whole situation. So this is just looking at the original consignment and the takeover of the franchise and who's liable in those situations. Which, to be fair, I think that is much more of something that he has a position, or not a position, but it's a little easier to speak on from a legal mindset as opposed to the stuff that happens later. Also, there's just a lot to chew through, so I don't blame him for not looking at the entire thing. But yeah, No Man's Sky. So this is really interesting. I don't think they've done an expedition like this before. Because all the expeditions that I have participated in, there's just sort of essentially a quest line, right? You start out with a fresh character, and there are a sequence of objectives that you need to complete for each of the sections of the expedition. And, you know, normally there's like, I would say 4 to 7 sections. But you kind of just do it, right? You kind of just do it on your own at whatever pace you want, and there's like a few weeks to do it, right? Like 6 weeks to get through all the sections and collect all the rewards. And, you know, however far you get, that's what you do. And this one has been very interesting because I think I have completed all of the expedition that can be completed right now. Because, you know, I was showing you guys the update page and everything. There's that whole super space station, the Hive of Glass, you know, very menacing looking was named Galactictron from Transformers, you know, the world eater looking motherfucker. And that's still floating around. There are missions, there are a couple of different mission types to do to build the prismatic core, sort of the super weapon was being developed to make the Hive of Glass vulnerable so that we can eventually defeat it. And last I checked, that was about 22% of the way there. So where normally the expedition's like, hey, here's what you got to do and you have this long to complete it, and just sort of do it whenever. This is like, hey, the community has 8 weeks to complete this objective, right? And we have a couple of things that you need to do to sort of get to that point to be able to participate. But once you're at that point, you and the rest of the community are racing the clock to finish. And at the rate that it's progressing, I don't think the community is going to have any issues completing it on time. But it is very interesting to me that this is like, it's so different in, it's more like a community goal in Elite Dangerous of you have, except there's no milestones, it's all or nothing as far as I know. I don't know, frankly, what would happen if the core were not completed. I don't know if Hello Games like has some sort of consequence intended for the larger game of now the Hive of Glass is just here and y'all gotta live with that. So I was noticing, so it's kind of spoilers a little bit. It's kind of spoilers. No Man's Sky, a lot of the sort of premise of the game is we're looking at like alternate realities, or I guess even like simulated realities, that the Atlas is like playing out an infinite number of universes to see how things go. And the Sentinels are, I believe, the Atlas's observation tools to monitor the universe and make sure that things aren't tampered with by anybody. What's really interesting to me is the Hive of Glass. I feel like it looks and behaves a lot like the Sentinels. So I'm wondering if the Hive of Glass is somehow like a deviant version of the Atlas and the Sentinels from another reality that is somehow broken into ours and it is causing a ruckus. Because the little drones that appear, the swarms that appear, behave a lot like the Sentinels, and like, this is conspicuously similar. So I have my suspicions. But I've been playing a little bit more of it. It is fun. I do enjoy it. I personally don't feel that the changes that they made to the combat are very different. It feels very similar to me, what it has always been, which is fine. It's fine. I don't know. The flying has always been, I think a lot of the flying has always been very focused more on flying around the planets and sort of making that work okay, rather than having like interesting space flight. I would certainly like it if they revamped the flight model, but I'm not really gonna like I really don't expect it to change that much. I wouldn't mind if they did more with like the ground combat at least, though. I would love to get into like some Star Wars style shootouts. You know, do a little bounty hunting, try and catch some scumbags, some scoundrels. but we'll see. I don't know. Maybe as we get closer to Light No Fire. I don't know what they have planned on the combat side there, but maybe we might see some of it work its way back into No Man's Sky. Possibly. Possibly. Speaking of which, I say speaking of which because it's very tangentially related and it's basically on my bingo card. Summer Games Fest is tomorrow. So I think they were saying tomorrow is going to be the Summer Games Fest and then followed up by Day of the Dev. Yes. So yeah, 2-hour live show plus Day of the Dev. So I'm thinking it's going to be 2 hours for the Games Fest showcase of all of the various trailers and commercials and whatever else they want to do, as well as Day of the Devs, which, if I'm remembering correctly, is sort of a festival put on by Double Fine, celebrating a bunch of indie titles, sort of giving them a chance to showcase their work and, you know, get a spotlight on them so that they can get a little more, you know, broadcast range than they might have otherwise. Double Fine's a really cool company. I've never been like the biggest fan of their games, but I've always been a big fan of their presence in the industry and what they sort of do with their platform to promote other, you know, smaller folk. They're good people. I really appreciate them. So yeah, my expectation, like I said, my bingo card is that Light No Fire is gonna do something. God, when did we see the initial announcement trailer? I want to say it was the Game Awards like 2.5 years ago? Maybe 1.5. But it's been a while. And I feel like this is about the right time for them to show up and say, hey, here's an update, here's where we're at. That's my big expectation. I think that and Monster Hunter. We'll see. I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts on what you think might be there? Any expectations, any hopium? I met up with a friend yesterday. We went to a farmer's market just to hang out for a little while, and I was talking a bit about my game, and he was asking, you know, if it seemed like I was gonna be done with it this year. I was like, oh god, no. It would be nice, and I think we're getting to a good point with it, but even if we get to a point of like, yeah, the foundation is all set up and now we just need to make the rest of the game, that's still gonna take a long time. No ideas beyond that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of in a wait and see pattern, but those are kind of my two expectations. Monster Hunter, I don't think is hopium. Just the cycle of development and release that they have done in the past and where they have gotten base wilds to at this point is like, yeah, it's title update time. So that one makes sense. Light No Fire is a little bit hopium, but it also makes sense. Has Warhammer been making any noise? I mean, Warhammer's been making a lot of noise. They've been just releasing stuff, it feels like constantly. They've been doing DLC updates. They had a new game recently, I think. So the only reason I would say there isn't a Warhammer thing at Game Fest is because they already released everything that they want to. And they don't have anything left in the tank for the festival. But no, they have not been quiet. Um, yeah, I don't know. At this point, I don't think Squadron is gonna show up. I would be kind of surprised, frankly, if they did arrive. So out of the honestly, I only know about Warhammer from what I hear from other people, so eh. um who was one that I was thinking? I was just imagining Deadlock bothering to make a trailer. It's like, you don't need to. Everyone already knows. We're Valve. Man, Valve gets such a free pass on just like, if they do stuff, people learn about it. And Ace Combat already showed their trailer at State of Play, so I don't think they would bother showing it again. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, the one that was conspicuously absent from State of Play was Square Enix. Right? We were talking about that on Tuesday, that they announced nothing. Right? No Final Fantasy, no anything. No Kingdom Hearts. And so kind of the question now is, are they going to show stuff at the Games Fest? Because that would mean that they have kind of snubbed their longtime first party partner of Sony and gone for the more general audience announcement opportunity, which is possible, but I feel like that would say a lot to how much they have said, yeah, we really don't want to be first party anymore. We're just gonna go like open platform. So that'll be a really interesting one to keep an eye on, but no idea what's going on with them. Alright. Let me pour some tea real quick. You know, I was hoping to do the first of my long rides this summer on Sunday. My leg's been bothering me a little bit though. I didn't end up getting a run in on yesterday like I was planning to. It was feeling a little questionable and it seemed like a bad idea to really put a lot of stress on it. So I might do a short ride tomorrow. Just kind of see how it feels. See if it's going to be ready for Sunday. Bike riding does not bother my legs as much as running does. You know, the impact and everything is rough, to say the least. But I don't know, a long ride will still take its toll, and I would rather not stress it out if I don't need to. I want my legs to be in good shape for the summer. And starting it off by injuring them would be a bad idea, I reckon. I suspect. Right, why don't we take a look? Why don't I jump out of the way here? We can take a look at what's going on with the game. Sort of see what the plan is for tonight. So, like I was saying, last week, you know, we were looking at getting our book throwing animation implemented into the engine, discovered some issues with it, right? The character was moving, which means we can't use the animation in the format that it was. Um, we found some cool stuff as a consequence of that, but the old animation, I was a fool and messed up the level sequencer, so had to just go back in and sort of clean everything up by hand. So I was able to do that before the start of the stream. Not amazingly, right? There's still some really like rough, there's a lot of rough edges. Like, it's a very choppy animation, all things considered. And it looks very weird without the actual like movement of the character. But it gets there, right? It's something to work with. So what we're going to do now is we are going to cut this down, preferably to the actual keyframe. Is that on 38? I guess it is. Or on 40. Yeah, okay. So then we are going to make an animation sequence or skeletal mesh. Yeah, do not bake to the control rig. Oh, where was it? I think it is bake animation sequence. Right? And then I need to save it to character animations, animation sequences. There we go. And then, will you let me click off of this? No, you will not, because you're a butt. Okay. Yes, okay, throw book 1. Character animations, Jordan animation sequences. And we're going to call it Jordan. Throw book 01. And okay, and it's probably replace the existing asset. Yes, because the old one doesn't work. Record in world space, interpolation linear, warm up frames, delay before start, transit. Okay, good. So yes, do all that. And then save this. And now I want to not mess with it, right? Okay, I understand, I think, what I did before. I was trying to get it out of the level, and in doing so, I messed up the actual asset. So I need to understand how to remove the asset from the scene without messing up the actual level sequencer. So let's save everything exactly where it is. And then try deleting it from the outliner. Okay, I think that worked. But let's see if I can confirm that it worked the way that I want it to. Yeah, see, I don't think it actually... I'm a little confused on how to remove the level sequencer from the level. So let me see if I can figure that out. How to remove a reference between a level sequence? How to remove level sequence? Delete the actor in the level as well as the asset in the content browser. Okay, well I don't want to delete it from the content browser obviously, so okay, I think I get it. So if we delete it from the level, the object bound to this track is missing. See, that's the part that I'm worried about, is I don't want to mess with the sequencer. Up to the interval. Allow any edits to occur, allow level edits, allow sequencer edits only. Fake transform. New options. Yeah, so see, the problem that I'm kind of dealing with now is, so last time I messed up the level sequencer and we had to do the whole process of rebaking it. And I don't want to do that now. Okay. What if I just hide it? Maybe that'll work. Okay, and then if we go here, okay, so excellent news. The downstream assets are automatically updated. So the montage updated when the animation sequence updated, which is really good news. So the things that are using the montage, like the side scroller character blueprint, should automatically update as well. We shouldn't need to worry about that. So let's see what this looks like now that we have that set up. Alright, so we got our character running around, and then we throw the book. Okay. I'm just gonna... Okay. Interesting. So the problem now that we are running into, so there's a couple of things. There's a couple of things that I'm sort of feeling about the way that it is working right now, right? Problem one is that, right? There's sort of this frame, or there's this period of time where she kind of stands up straight because the animation is still sort of playing through, and how do I explain this? It's assuming that the animation or her airborne time is going to take a certain amount of time, right? And once, if she's in the air for longer than that, it's very apparent where the part that assumes that she has hit the ground is still playing out. We'll go back and do our animation blueprint. And right now, remember we sort of set this up so that the lower body is partially using the animation, sort of blending between the default animation and our throw animation, and the upper body is using 100% of it. So let's just switch this to 100% as well, so we can sort of see the animation in its entirety and see how this problem is playing out. Right, so she goes up in the air, and you see how she kind of like plants her feet like she's already landing, and then goes back to a default walk state. So, how would we solve this? I suppose there's potentially two ways that we could solve it. But I think sort of the short answer is going back to one of the videos that we were looking at before. There is a way to crop the amount of time that the animation actually plays through. Let me see if I can find that. How to crop an animation. Oh, is it just the red bar here? It might just be the red bar. No, I can't move it on this one. New slot, duplicate slot, new montage section. End time. Yeah, so I can set the end time up here. So I guess I could do like that. And so now it plays like that. That seems a little crude, like we don't really have a way to control the frame that it stops on. I guess we could use this. So that kind of gets her feet back under her, it gets her arms up a little bit higher. Let's try that. Let's try that and see how it looks. So what it should do now, if I'm understanding correctly, is it'll sort of get to that point in the animation, and then it'll just, yeah, default back to the falling animation, since she's airborne. So it's not quite as pretty, I might say, but it definitely transitions more smoothly. It transitions into an animation that can kind of sit there, I'm trying to say, more ambiguously until we know when we're going to hit the ground. Now, there's definitely problems with the other animations that we're using, that like the actual contact with the ground animation is taking too long, so she has that weird like hover thing that she does. So that's not great. But I think, yeah, just sort of cropping the short end is working. Let me try something. I actually have an idea on what we might be able to do here. So let's stop this. Can I create a second montage? So we're gonna call it Jordan Throw Book 01 Landing Montage. So we're gonna go here, and instead of cropping the end off, we're gonna get to right here. So that's frame 23. It's gonna be right about there. And use that. Okay, so now if we go back to the animation blueprint, we're gonna go into the default state machine. We got the falling loop, and then we have jump landing blend. I'm trying to remember, excuse me. I'm trying to remember where we actually set the animation that we want to use. Jump landing blend of state event. Okay, so we open this. Or do we go back here? No, okay. Yeah, so stand idle loop. And then the run. Okay, so here's the running. And then to jump, so if we enter the fall loop, we have our falling animation. But then this doesn't have the actual animation attached to it. So where is that? Oh, it's in here. Okay. So let's just try putting it in both of them. Can I? I cannot. Montages cannot be used in animation graphs. But I can bring the default animation in. Okay. So that's nice. The problem with this is that I can't start position. The start position between 0 and the length of the sequence used when initializing. When looping, play will still jump back to the beginning when reaching the end. So let's try setting this to 1. I don't know if 1 is the end or if that's like the timeline. But I guess we'll find out. And then we'll just do the same thing in here. Go ahead and compile that. And let's see what it does. So we launch, we go up, we fall. Okay, so it's still using the old animations. falls, and then it does that. Okay, so what I want to see it do is it falls, and then it does landing blend, and then jump break. Okay, so back to idle. I'll put animation base. So what I'm trying to figure out is why. So if we actually like watch the graph while I'm doing stuff, you can see, you know, Jordan is like doing the appropriate animations in the left-hand window there. But it never actually goes down to either of our landing nodes at the bottom, right? We have the in the air, we have the landing blend. Oh, because it's not using those. It's using this. Fuck, okay. Okay. It's using this. Blend samples. Okay. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. The problem, if you will, is right now we are not using those two nodes at the bottom that I was looking at. We have this graph. And what this graph is essentially trying to do is look at how far Jordan falls and how fast she is moving. Right? And as that increases, it should go from like a very light, you know, sort of step down to a very heavy, like, landing motion. It'd be kind of nice if there were a way that I could like show each animation in here, have it. Yeah, so see, like, that's just sort of the light tap down, and then I like grab this and you no, I don't want to actually move the control nodes. I want to move wherever we're sampling from. There you go. So yeah, see, at that point it's like that. And then it kind of goes up to like a light tap. And then, you know, if she's like in motion, she'll sort of hit and fall, go into a walk, into a run, into a sprint, except that we don't move fast enough to ever get up to that point. So the problem that we're kind of running into is we're essentially alternating between this, right, which is a very short animation, she can get out of it pretty quickly, and this one where it's much longer. And because there's kind of a lead-in, step, step, step. Yeah, so I think this is the problem, is this one at one end has been cropped down so that it's easier to get out of quickly, whereas this one, you can see, has a long lead-in time of her being stuck in the air. Walking heavy right foot. Neutral, jump F, land, walk. Heavy right foot is this one. Rate scale include and analyze all, speed, distance. Yeah, so see, the problem here is I would need to figure out how to crop this. Sort of the same way that we just did. So that it doesn't include that part. But it looks like, can I add this in here? Let's see. How would I add a new node? I haven't touched this in a while, so I'm kind of refreshing on how to do it. So triangulation, stretch grid to fit, thumbnail, okay. Yeah, I can add samples. I can move my I can move my existing samples around. I can delete samples, but how do I add a new one? What am I doing? Chat, what am I doing? I'm doing something wrong here. Need included analyze animation. If I were to navigate to this and then open it up. Yeah, so see, the thing is, we would want to crop it to like right here. I wonder if we can do that just by making a montage out of it. So if you take the montage, right, let's pause it, grab this, and then we're gonna crop it to right here, right there. And then we can go back to our landing animation. And using the montage instead of the animation, it won't accept it. Why won't it accept it? Does it only accept animation files? Damn it. I think it only accepts animation files. It does not accept okay, well, can I do something in here? Convert scene, import translation, miscellaneous, file path, animation model, thumbnail. See, part of the problem, I think, is this animation is so complex. Like, I don't know what all this Foley event shit is. It is weird to me that I can't really, like, do anything to the animation. Like, I suppose I technically possibly could if I knew what all these were. But number of sample keys, number of sample frames, interpolation is linear, preview pose asset. Yeah, so that all seems fine. But what I needed to do I would need to crop it to like frame 29 or 30. Which I can't do here. It doesn't seem like I can do it here either. Let me see if I can... How to crop an animation. Alright, Unreal Forms. Give me something to work with. Now on the bottom where the frames are, you can click in a certain area, then right click and say remove the frames. You can try that. See, this is all selecting curves, add notifications, remove frames 0 to 41. See, that would technically work. The problem is that I don't want to delete them, right? Remove frame 0 to 42. Why are you just like picking random values here? Alright, let's try doing this. So I made a duplicate file. Right, so I click right here, and that says frame 0 to 34 instead of 30, but fine. Except that it cut too early. Or it cut too late, rather. What are you doing here? I'm so glad I did this on a duplicate file. So I could be non-destructive with it. Because I would be very upset. Undo edit start position. Yes. Except it's still gone. You're still treating it like... Except that it's... The graph is back to normal. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to open up the master copy. We are going to delete our duplicate. We're going to reduplicate it. And open that up, so now that's back. We're going to set this right at frame 30 where we wanted it. Re-zero at frame 50. Why are you random like that? I want you to frame it at the frame that I tell you. Yes, like that. Okay, re-zero at frame 30. Is that gonna do what I asked you to? It doesn't seem like it. Recess the route track to 000 frame 30 and apply the difference to all route transforms of the sequence. Okay, so you're not it's not re-zeroing. Fine. Okay. So that was rough. But what we should be able to do now is use our cropped version in place of the one that we had before. Yeah, that's completely still. Then she got a little bit of a shuffle, and then if we get all the way up to here, it's a faster landing that at least has less hang time in the air. That one still has some. That's probably going to be an issue. So what's being used here? I wish you would just tell me. I feel like this is way more complicated than it needs to be. Like, it should just tell me what animation file is being used on this node, but it's not saying it. Maybe it is, and I just don't know where to look. But I'm like my mom. Okay, so yeah, see, that one's working. There you go. Land right foot crawl. Okay. F, land, walk, right foot. Okay, it's this guy. So if we open you up, okay. This is... Some of this is kind of a moot point, and that still doesn't really solve the problem, as you can see. So whatever animation is being used at the higher speeds that we're reaching still has a lot of hang time. I don't know how much I ultimately want to use these going forward. I don't know. Okay, so it's not that guy. Not that guy. Not that guy. See, now I'm really confused. Because I can't tell, based off of the logic here, what animation she's running into that's having her stumble like that. I guess it's that. But it feels like it's... It feels like she goes... Okay, yeah, it is. It is. Okay. Excuse me. Play rate. Start position 0. Binding. I'm wondering if there's something to smooth the easing out. So she's just not stuck on completing that animation for as long of a time. Fun space binding. Level state event. Speed, fall distance. Receive notifies from linked. Use main instances in the air. Let me see if I can find something. How to blend animations on Unreal 5. We might just need to use this. We might just need to sit and watch this video for a little bit. Blend nodes, apply additives. So yeah, we've been doing some blending in the anim graph, right? But we've got a weird sort of double layer thing going on right now. So this is our default state machine, right? This is sort of what's controlling idle motion into the run motion, into the jumping, falling, and landing. That is then blending with our throwing animation, and then that goes to the output pose. So what's really weird to me about how this is set up, and I'm sure it makes sense, I'm sure it is there for a reason, but what is strange to me about it right now is that we seem to have two overlapping systems to do very similar things. And I'm not sure why to use one in one condition and why to use one in another condition. I suppose the main thing with this is if you want to have, like a lot of the examples that were being shown where, you know, say you have an action game where the character has a weapon and you want the upper body to do a thing, but then you want the lower body to continue doing running animations or whatever. For that, you need the montages, and that needs to be handled out here. Whereas the state machine is working in the normal animation files, and those seem to really be wholesale, I guess you could call it. Right? You can't sort of crop the animation files the way you can crop the montages. You can't selectively use the animation files in the same way. So, kind of wondering how much we ultimately want to end up using this, and then this fucker in particular. Like the ability to sort of say, okay, you know, depending on these different conditions, work between these different animations. Like that's great. That's cool and all. But it feels like it's kind of restrictive. So I'm gonna start deleting some of these nodes out of here. I think we went a little, I think it went a little crazy, a little quick. Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot use a montage in here, so I can't crop it the way that I would like to crop it. And this is technically the cropped one that I guess I set up at some point, right? So let's go back. I really wish you didn't keep opening them into the same file or the same tab. Because then I gotta go back here, I gotta open it this way, and you make it so complicated. Okay, so I think... Okay, so yeah, move that out of the way. Okay, so yeah, that's Lightfoot. And that's Heavyfoot, so let's just use Lightfoot again. And just simplify this a little bit, right? And then, yeah, this goes like straight into a run. Let's just get rid of these. So yeah, we're not really making use of the graph in the way that it wants to be anymore, but I think this is also just going to be a lot easier to work with for the time being. Just so that we're not... The animation isn't quite as janky as it was before, right? So yeah, now we've got that weird little thing where she like kind of starts into a more intense run than she's actually like capable of doing, but it's fine. And then yeah, when she kind of just lands in place, this little hup, and she's fine. So no more like really long hover. Okay, that works. It works for now. It's fine. It's fine. It's not great, but it's serviceable. I feel like what I want to do at some point, maybe we can go ahead and do it right now, or I can look at doing it later. I feel like I need to understand the system better. I feel like I don't really get what it's doing. Because I don't want to run all the animations through the blueprints like we do for the book throw, right? That feels unwieldy. We've got this dedicated animation system, and I'm sure we want to use that for the majority of our work. But it seems like there's some stuff that it is capable of doing and some stuff that we gotta do in the blueprints, and it's like... It's weird. Also, why are you just floating here? There's a random window that's just like stuck. I don't know where it came from. You guys thankfully can't see it, but I can. And it's driving me insane because it's stuck floating in my window. I can't get rid of it. Yeah, I have no idea where that's coming from. Anyway, let's see if we can work around it for now. We'll go ahead and save what we have done. So one thing that I wanted to do is, while we're playing the montage, Software is Daydreaming. What's the nightmare equivalent of daydreaming? Temporarily lock player movement. Undisable player movement temporarily. Enhanced input system. However, separate input mapping when the players activate a padlock and pressing E. Remove the standard input and add the separate one. Every time you have to limit change the way the player interacts with the game. A good way to implement it would be to switch input context. Okay, so I like what they're doing, but that's not what I want to do. Okay. Stop input. movement. Assign movement, activate, deactivate character movement. I don't want to do that. Stop movement immediately. Zero's velocity, zero's acceleration. See, I don't want to stop the movement, I just want to stop the player's ability to run for a couple frames while Jordan does the throw. Ignore input. Is movement input ignored? Excuse me. Okay, let's see. So if we go to character movement, ignore base rotation, ledges, falling. Request move use acceleration. Breaking step time. Walking. Alright. Well, we can try this way. Alright, let's try this. So we're going to set max walk. Alright, let's see if we can do it this way. With character movement, and then drag it here. Walk speed. So we're going to set the max walk speed to 0. And then plug that back in there. God, the spaghetti is getting real crunchy. And then once this is completed, we will restore it. Compile that. So let's see if that works. It seems to have worked. So if I'm running, I can still run, and then I release the book, and it stops her for the duration until she gets launched by the book. Which gives that little bit of time to really see and appreciate the animation. It really gives it a better sense of grounding, right? That she has to like stop and put her foot down, and then she gets pulled. I think that works. Alright, so because we are looking at having this as a mechanic, right, we're going to create a new variable. We're going to call it book launch multiplier. We're going to set it as a vector. Yeah. and we're going to compile it. So right now the values are 0, 1, 1. So we're going to set, just for right now, for my own sanity, we're going to set to 0, 0 0.2, 0 0.2. Compile that. Bring it in here. We're going to plug that in here. So we're not hard coding it in the blueprint. We can modify it later. And get other things that allow us to set it. Now we can play. And the launch effect should be, well, it's much less. It's like not at all. So instead of 0 0.2, let's say 0 0.4. Right, because we're trying the initial dial-in value. There we go. That looks pretty good, actually. Yeah, if you're throwing the book a long way, I think the value makes sense. It looks good. It actually feels borderline natural. I think if you just hop the book a little way, the animation starts to break down, right? Okay, so I'm getting a little lost in the weeds with this. A little bit. But what I'm kind of seeing from this, like I said, when you're throwing the book a long way, the animation looks good, it makes sense, the hop distance feels pretty good. And, you know, it makes sense that Jordan, like, raises her arms up that high. But we have two problems. Problem one, if I were to say throw the book straight up, the motion that Jordan does doesn't make sense, right? Like she's throwing it this way, regardless of what it's actually doing. Two, if we do just a short thing, they say the animation doesn't match the amount of effort that is being output. So, in my mind, a situation like that, we need to sort of potentially have multiple throwing animations and have it blend based on like the velocity and angle that the book is being thrown. Or similar to how we modified the amount that Jordan is being launched by throwing the book, right? At this point, I'm going to call that a stretch goal. I think that would be really nice to have. I think it would dramatically improve the quality of the animation and the overall end result. But considering that we are currently standing on a white plane in a starry void, I think that is a level of polish that is very far ahead of where the rest of the project is sitting, right? I think we are talking about something that is very much like, yeah, at some point we should try and do that. But there's like 80 other things that we need to do before we consider making like fine-tuned animations to improve the particular moment of how Jordan throwing the book looks. So let's shelve that idea for later. So, with all that said, I think we're in a pretty good spot overall. Let's try one thing really quickly. So, I have the camera zoomed in really close, right? Just to make sure that everything is like looking good. Let's pull this back out. So we were at a camera distance of 350. Let's try pulling it back out to 1000 to make sure that if we're throwing the book like a really long way. Yeah, so see that works pretty well still, I think. That like she visibly launches a little bit, but it's not like it's not yeeting her yet. Bonk. I like that. I think that looks good. And I do think, I'm sure there's going to be some platformer purists or whatever that are like, I hate that I throw the book and it stops my movement. I want to be able to just keep going. And maybe that's something that will improve, quote unquote, once we get the actual launch version of the mechanic, right? Oh, the book is like stuck under the floor. Huh, that's fun. That, you know, once she gets to a point where she can actually sort of throw it around and control the momentum at will, she doesn't necessarily have to plant her feet to throw it. It can be much more casual, so to say. So maybe that's something we can sort of look at doing later as well. Or we can incorporate that into the gameplay. But for right now, with the animation that we have, I think it makes a lot of sense to have it work the way that it does. I do want to make one change to the animation itself. We're going to go back into the level sequencer. And I definitely want to improve the quality of the animation overall. Like, I think it's fine, but it's not particularly good at the moment. So what I want to change is this. I want to change this pose. Because, like, that's where it starts, right? It started coming out of the run animation. And then it goes right here. And then it throws. The actual amount that she dips down in this anticipation pose is very little. So I want to make that more dramatic. Because I think if we make it more dramatic, like in watching it in-game, in actual, you know, animation time, it was impossible to notice. So let's sort of twist this foot out a little bit. And then we're gonna grab hands, the shoulders, the hips. Not you. Not you. You. And we're just gonna sort of drop the whole thing low. We can sort of widen this knee out a little bit. To rotate the hips, right? Really sort of get that whole torque of the body going. And then you want this to be all the way down. And this one's sort of hyperextending already, so we don't want to break it, right? Like you should come out like that. That looks pretty good. Can sort of rotate this forward a bit more, really try to get that sense of this. And then let's drop the shoulders. We're going to drop that down like that. We're going to drop this one forward like this. And that'll give us even a little bit more room to move the hand down. Just move it out a bit away from the body so it has more room to maneuver. Looks like she's gonna do a Kamehameha blast. Move this forward a bit. This up a hair. Move this back ever so slightly. Alright. See how that looks. It's more noticeable. It's more, but I want it to go even further. Oh. I hate you. Somehow all of that got planted on frame 3 rather than frame 4. Because we can't have nice things. Okay, so that's not bad. That's not bad. Once we actually give it a little bit of room to work with, it kind of works. In fact, so what I didn't delete the frame 3, which is causing it to hold on that for a little bit longer. I don't think we're gonna want to move it to frame 2. But I want to try. I want to see what it looks like. Okay, you know what? That kinda works. Just giving it that extra, like, quarter second to sit in that low pose, I feel like really accentuates the movement and makes it more dramatic. But I do want to take this. I'm gonna move this knee outwards. I'm gonna take this foot, rotate you out. I'm gonna rotate it a little bit like this. We're gonna take this knee and go boop. Then we're gonna grab this. And you. And you. And you. I'm just gonna, as far down as we can reasonably get it. Even maybe nudge it backwards a little bit. Right? Really, like, load up that spring animation. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. So now, I mean, most of this seems pretty good. So I want to grab a few of these and just sort of round them out a bit. Just because I think that'll really sort of let it sort of ease in and out of that spring motion, right? Really nicely. Yeah, it feels a bit more natural. Speaking of natural, I don't like how the landing animation looks right now because she hits the ground and just stops, right? And we would want to do a similar thing where she sort of like hits and then like lowers into it and sort of releases the momentum in a controlled way. And she's not doing that right now. But it doesn't matter that much because we're not actually using the latter half of the animation, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Just go ahead and save that. Go back to frame 0. And we want to export this out again. Bake animation sequence. Character animation Jordan animation sequences, and we're gonna call it Jordan book row 01, and we're gonna hit OK. Except we're not, because it didn't give me the override warning, which means that's not what it's actually called, and I'm a goofy goober. Jordan Throw Book 1. Okay, should get the warning. There it goes. Okay. And we're going to export. That should be good. So now, if we go back to here, we should see, yeah, that really nice like dip down. Really sort of accentuates the movement. And if we hit play, even at this distance, it should be more noticeable. Oh, and book's gone. So yeah, it's more so. It's still not like a super deep, super dynamic animation, and maybe I will want to do something more with it, but definitely gives us something to work with, to play with. Okay, cool. I like that. I think we can play with that. Okay, so the question is what to do now, right? Because I think we got that into good first pass, right? It is not done. It is not super clean, but I think it is working, and that's big. Okay, I see what I should have done. I see what I should have done. So, I was thinking about probably the next animation that we would probably want to have, given the various mechanics that we have, would be for like climbing over ledges, right? So the mistake that I made with the throw animation the first time around was I sort of baked the movement of Jordan getting pulled into the animation track itself, right? I was moving the character around to get that effect. We didn't want that to happen. What I think I would want to do in the future, especially for one like this where, you know, we need to sort of get her up over this box, is I would want to grab one of these outer controls and move that around. Yeah, so you'd want to grab this one because we can just slide the character, right? So I can move that, and then sort of over the course of the animation, I can move her up on top of the ledge, and then that's really easy to zero out. Or there's even just an option in the animation thing to disable the root motion. So even though it's like built into the animation file, it just ignores it. So that's what I should do in the future. I think just because of the way that the character was sort of moving through her hips for this one, it was hard to get that feeling good. I did do that with the running and walking. It was just harder on this one because of how she's moving her weight. So, what are we doing? What are we doing now? We could start in on that animation, but I feel like that might be good for another day. Which kind of leaves the question of what do we do? Like, what else needs to happen for the game to start really coming together, right? We have the start of our animations. They're very crude, they're very incomplete, but sitting here fine-tuning any one animation isn't really going to like move the entire ship forward, right? There are a few more animations that we can look at doing, and we made a list at one point. Did I include the list in here? Where did I make the list? Shit. Okay, here we go. So yeah, fix the skeleton bug. We still have to clean that up a lot, but that's probably going to be an off-stream thing. So we have the walking, running, jumping. Could work on jump animation. That's definitely a thing. Landing. We kind of have the ones from the animation pack, but they're not super good for what we need. Throwing the book, potentially 2 versions of that. Climbing over the ledge. Slingshotting, interacting with objects, swimming in different directions, and then all of the various cinematics that we're gonna have to do, but that's a whole other thing. Need to work on the story, but that's not really stream content. There's all the environment assets. I have some environment assets, but definitely not everything that we're gonna need. Visual effects, which I don't really have like again a plan of everything that we need. There's some accessibility stuff that we could get set up, but I think that's also going to be a little bit more down the road. Damn it, I'm realizing how little I've like properly structured this out. We've kind of not like we haven't completely finished everything that we need to do for this, but we've kind of gotten to a point of like, should we look at building up another layer, or should we just continue to refine this one? One thing we could look at doing tonight, could see if I can find a little bit of material for it, is Jordan doesn't have a face rig. So she's kind of just sitting with a really blank expression in the midst of all of this, in the midst of everything that she's doing. And So we have a few bones set up already, right? We have bones for the eyes. Right, so she can look around. We've got some bones for the eyebrows, funnily enough. Though I need to weight paint them so that they properly move things the way that they are supposed to. But the really important ones, namely the mouth, we don't have any control over at the moment, so she's just sitting there kind of slack-jawed. And we don't have any controls for the eyelids. I don't think. Yeah, this is also eyebrow. Oh, I think, yeah, so this one is supposed to be the eyelid. But at the moment, it's only controlling the eyebrow. Even though it's not supposed to have any control over that mesh. Probably because I weight painted everything to be controlled by the one head bone, so this actually lost the control that it was supposed to have. So that's my fault. So, we could look at doing that. We could see if we can find some learning material on how to set up a face rig in Unreal so that we can actually get some expressions going on. That's not a bad idea. Because we're gonna have to do that at some point. And probably not a bad idea to go ahead and sort of figure that out before we get the animation, any more animations made and have to go back in and correct stuff there. So let me see if I can find something that will be helpful. Got some character face and body animations in Unreal 5. Stylized control rig characters in Unreal 5. This is from 5 months ago, so it's definitely up to date. See if this guy, see what this guy shows, what he does. Okay, so he's got, so this is a completely custom rig that, as far as I can tell, is not using the modular system, so that might be problematic. I respect it, but we would need something that will play nice with what we already have, right? Okay, so bake face animations. Facial rig inside Unreal. From everything you described, I'll focus on figuring out how to import the bones, since it sounds like it's already rigged. From what I found with a quick Google search, should be able to use the MetaHuman facial rig and retarget to your non-MetaHuman rig. Use existing face archetype skeleton. Import the DNA file into the skeletal mesh. This will add data to control the animation, joints, movement, blend shapes, wrinkle maps. Set post-process and blueprint to that. That will enable the playback of procedural face animations based on control expression curve values. Set the default animation rig. Okay. Well, we can try this. Let's go ahead and just do a save all. See if we can't figure this out. Also, do I have MetaHuman turned on? Well, I have MetaHuman SDK. Yes, okay, and that is turned on. Alright, let's go digging. See if we can't figure this out. Alright, so I've got my MetaHuman folder. Common. Face. I only have the two. Oh no, there's common. Mocap. Male, medium, normal weight. Bottoms. Okay, so what is this then? This doesn't have base data anyway. Base archetype skeleton. Import DNA file into the skeletal mesh. Okay. Skeleton does MetaHuman use. Creation and facial animation, so we might need that later. Applying MetaHuman facial animation to skeletal mesh. If you're looking for help, blend shapes for changing the face, that'll be the first requirement. You have to determine how to translate the MetaHuman facial animation curves. Oh boy. Create the meta. I don't want to create a MetaHuman. I just want to import the skeleton, the face. Animate MetaHumans with the control rig. Okay, let's see if this does something. Animation panel on the left. Enable these only select rig controls option. Okay. Retarget an external custom. Import MetaHuman skeleton. Where is the MetaHuman skeleton? No. Stop. Found a YouTube video explaining how to turn the MetaHuman into a playable character. Does require one to install a third-person template, but looking at the steps involved. No complaining. Okay. Alright, let's see if this video explains it. Shut up. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. Just include it in the video, dude. Don't make this difficult. Why are you making this difficult? It's literally 3 minutes. You could have just included it. Okay, but okay, but this is saying okay, so the MetaHuman runtime has been replaced with the MetaHuman SDK. Where was that plugin located? I feel like we're barking up a bad tree here. I feel like we're chasing something that we don't necessarily want to. Because it's possible. It's certainly possible that we might be able to copy the MetaHuman skeleton over with the rig and use that. But I don't think I necessarily want to, right? Okay, the way MetaHumans make the face rig is with blend shapes. In Unreal, they are called morph targets. In Blender, they are called shape keys. They're the same thing. The way I do is create all the shape keys in Blender. Then use an iPhone to perform the facial animations in Unreal. Okay. In Unreal, they're called morph targets. So let's see if we can find something on that. Unreal 5 morph target. Okay, so that's on static meshes. How to create morph targets in Unreal Engine 5. Maybe that'll do something. Alright, let's try this. This guy is so quiet. Okay. No. Selecting the model and manually creating a morph target. Select your model and click this little triangle and go shape keys and just click and add the button. Okay, so I mean, this is still sort of the same process of we have to go back into Blender, we have to mess with the model and modify the mesh to do what we want. Which maybe that's the play. Maybe that's just what we have to do. It doesn't seem like there's going to be any way that we can actually... Nothing that I'm seeing is saying that we are going to be able to actually add a skeleton to the face. Yep, morph target. Same deal. Just we have sliders that are alternating between the different settings. So... Fine. 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 That's fine. That's fine. I still have Blender installed, right? No, that's not my one. Shit. Alright, you know what? Fine. Let's do it. Let's do it. It's not exactly what I had planned, but let's see what we can do. God, what version of Blender are we even on at this point? It looks like the last one I have installed is 4.1. And now we're on 5.1. Or even 5.2. Oh, okay, it's 5.1.2. Came out just last month. Alright, sick. Refinement, bug fixes, and few key upgrades. Grease Pencil has a new workflow. Alright. Well, give me a minute to download this. You can go ahead and get that installed. And we're gonna have to suffer through Blender again. My favorite. Where are my cookies? There you are. I need some cookies to see me through this. Executable file. Alright, fine. We'll scan it for badness first. I think I can trust Blender, but we'll scan for badness. Alright, you're good. I feel like anytime I download a file and scan it with Windows Defender, I feel like I'm just doing that little like metal detector thing they do in front of like a club or something. I'm just like, woo, 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 woo. Okay, you're good. Go on in. Don't cause no trouble. I need to clear out some of these older versions. I have versions going all the way back to 2.x. It's just taking up hard drive space I don't need. Alright, so now what I'm gonna need, instead of a video on how to do this Unreal, I'm gonna need to find a freaking Blender tutorial on key shapes or whatever they call it. So if we can get to one, if we can get a good chunk of one of these frames done tonight, I would call that a huge win. But I'm also not gonna set any expectations on what we're actually able to finish tonight, right? So the funny thing is, and a few people were bringing this up, that they were like setting morph targets and then using them with Apple's ArtKit, the sort of facial recognition and capture software. That is the same thing that VTuber models did. And, you know, these days using VBridger is common, not required, but it is common. Is commonplace to do, which also uses ArtKit. It interfaces between ArtKit and VTube Studio, to sort of allow for a higher fidelity facial capture, facial understanding. But it's the same sort of principle of I, as the VTuber modeler and rigger, will say, okay, well, I sort of have this parameter and I want the mouth to do these things as that value increases and decreases. You know, watch for the movement of the eyes, the movement of the brows, all of that stuff. Key map, industry compatible. I feel like I should just use Blender's control scheme and just get used to it. But the big one for me is the navigation stuff. I always just try and navigate the same way. It bothers me so much how every piece of software has their own navigation tools. It's just like, I just need you guys to standardize. Do I pan with the middle mouse or the right mouse? Do I hold Alt? And everyone has their own opinions on what it's supposed to be. It's like, just everyone needs to line up. Okay, let me find a new tutorial now. Okay, so that Reddit thread, what they call it? Unreal, they're called morph targets. In Blender, they are called shape keys. Facial shape keys for beginners. That sounds like the thing that I need. Alright, we got a couple of videos here. One of them, hopefully, will do what we need it to do. Okay, I'm gonna turn this down. If I can find it, there you are. We're gonna go back to our tutorial video. There we go. Alright. So what have you got for us? Alright, I'm gonna pause this for 1 second just because I want to see. We go back in here. Okay, so up here we have our skeleton tree. Over here we have morph targets. If I hit import morph target, okay, that opens up another window where I can bring in FBXs, OBJs, etc. So we'll see what I have to do. If I can save this out as a separate FBX and then import the information, and it's able to understand the difference between the two of them, question mark. Or if I'll have to completely re-import the FBX. I wouldn't really mind if I did. It shouldn't be too destructive, but we'll have to see. Okay, but I just want to double check that that was where I thought it was. Okay, so we don't want to, we want to create the basis and then leave that. Oh my god! Mm-hmm. Got the teeth, got the tongue, got the mouth form. Okay. Hmm. Remove the ear. And then set that as the rotation pivot. Okay. So what is nice about this is I was worried that we would want to go in and set up bones, particularly for the jaw. This seems like an okay workaround. This seems like something that I can work with this. I can do this. So let's actually jump over to the 3D scene for a little bit. Where are we? Okay, so we're just on a gray background right now. That's fair. Blender is ready to go. I haven't used the 3D scene in OBS in so long. I'm like, what's even in here at this point? Okay, so I think what we're going to need, we're going to go to this folder, character assets, Jordan. Test rig, test pose. Here, modify this by date. Okay, so yeah, when we set this up was February of last year. Woof. Alright. Oh shoot, no, that opened it. Actually, no. Damn it. Okay, close that. And then, can we just drag that in here? Don't save. There we go. Alright, so now what I want to do is we're going to save as... We're going to save this as... What was it called? Shape key. Just so that we don't mess up our original rig file if we decide, oh, we need to come back and make modifications to it. We need to mess with the rig in some way. The skeleton. Okay, so because we are only working with the face, we can hide the hair and just focus on the skeleton. Just focus on the head. We're going to go into... Oh god, why did you hide things? Why have you made more... Or no, they should all be visible. So where is my... Okay, so we're on the rig. Collection? There we go. Body 1 low. Okay, so we have the vertex groove. That makes sense. Okay, so then we have shape keys. We're going to leave basis. And we're going to set up mouth open. And I'm going to do this in camel case. Just because that's what I'm used to. Oh, but you... Okay. Actually, here, let's do this. We're gonna get rid of those. Because I want to. So I'm wondering... The problem that I'm running into is each object has its own shape keys, which makes enough sense. The only problem with that is that I want to have all of the shape keys affect all the objects simultaneously, right? So we're going to set basis, and then we're going to set mouth open. And the difference between what he's doing, since I have the character's mouth partially open already, I'm going to set the minimum value to -1 so that we can close the mouth as well as open it further. So current value is at 0, and then at 1. Okay, so yeah, so in his tutorial video, make sure this is still in the right window, there we go. In his tutorial video, his value is 0. So he's making modifications opening the mouth at the 0 value, and I'm not sure that he wants to be doing that or should be doing that, but you know, it's not my place to judge. Okay, so I'm gonna hit this. We're gonna turn on X-ray. We can see everything. Let's go ahead and grab the pivot, like he was talking about. We're gonna move it right underneath the ear for the position of the jaw hinge. Grab that, and then where is that soft selection tool that he was showing off? Right. Okay, why can't I go into edit mode? What the fuck? Okay. I'm gonna really hope that that's not important. Oh, wait. Wait. Okay, can you hide skeleton for a minute? How do I hide the skeleton? Okay, here, let me look. I'm so lost, I'm so confused, I'm so stupid with this fucking program. Select all the bones in the pose and press H to hide them. Alright, fine. Thank you, random deleted account 4 years ago. Damn if that ain't a fucking mood. Okay, but see if I grab the skeleton and do that, is it gonna hide the rig? Because I want the rig. Yeah, see, I want the rig, I just don't want the skeleton. Also, I wish there was a way that I could restore the pose to default, but let's see, render region, 3D cursor, okay. We'll hide all bones but the selected one. We'll show all hidden bones. Okay, so it's Control H to hide. But I still want the controls. And the top object will only hide the skeleton but not the mesh. How to see bones through the meshing means... Okay, let me see. Maybe... Layer 9 and then shift clicking the layer the mesh is in. Is this a layer thing? Oh my god. Why do you have layers? Use for rendering, data, light, ultimate, filter. Viewport display selectable. Okay. Could you please select the top level bone? Okay, here. Rig, grab the rig. I'm sorry. I am once again I am struggling with this. Okay, so keep the shapes. Do not put them in front. Alright, so that makes it better. Right? That's better that they're at least not sitting on top of it. Yeah, keep the mains, keep the secondaries. Okay, there we go. So if we hide the deformers, that's something at least. But now how do can I select this, please? How do I actually select? Oh, okay. So if I go into pose mode, then I can select this. And there's, I want to say, yeah, reset position. There we go. All right, we're back. We're so back. We got this. Okay. So the reason that I wanted all of that is because now we actually have the ability cannot change pose when reset button is enabled. I hate you. Okay, so reset sets it back to 0. Okay, but how do I want to actually have it, I want to actually reset the pose. Under reset rig pose. How to reset the transform armor. Alt G. Man, this is infuriating. But it's not doing it. Okay. You can select all the bones and hit space. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work for me. Some bones hidden from view, they may not be selected and will not be reset. Enter pose mode, right click in the viewport and select clear user transforms. It's not doing that. Pose. Rotation, names, constraints, parents, transform. Clear all transforms. So you select clear all transforms. There we go. Christ almighty. Alright. But you're not rotating that. Probably if I were a guessing fella, because there's no weight on it. Okay, so you have weight. What was that reset all? There is no hotkey for it. It's W, it's where. Okay, so you Or so far down the hierarchy you don't even show the name. Okay, so yeah, control for the jawbone. But you don't have any control. This doesn't have any control. So I would have to do it for this, but even this is just controlling the lip. It's not controlling the jawbone like I want it to do. This is eyelid control. Okay, so that does move that, which is nice. Appreciate that. This is spine control, so that... Oh boy! Okay, and then... So this is controlling the movement of one eye. You should be able to grab the whole mask and it just moves everything around, which is good. Eye offset. I don't think we're going to use that very much. Okay, so this is the top of the eyelid. But that's not even set in the right spot, so I don't know that we're going to be able to use that. So some of this is handy. And some of it is not. The other problem that I could see happening is if the vertices are getting moved or not. Whether it registers the movement of the skeleton and applies that as movement to the vertices. I feel like it should. But I could see things getting really freaky. I don't understand why the jaw, though, of all things, does not have control. Well, so in the outliner, it doesn't have any children, right? If we go up here, we go to the eye target. You can see that the eye target has children, it has constraints on it, child of constraint. And then it's got this target here. So what is this saying? Object physics constraints. Yeah, so target, rig, bone, head. Okay, so then if we click on the jaw, it doesn't have anything. We take the head, we move it around. Okay, so that does move. It is in the hierarchy, but if I were to take this and move you over here, and then turn this off. Okay, so that doesn't change that at all. Oh, so it's movement, not rotation. Yeah, sure, fine. God, that's terrifying. Okay, so let's test this then, yeah? Let's see if we can actually get this behaving the way that we want it to. Okay, so here's a potential problem that I see. Here's a potential problem that I see happening. So we're going to go into object mode. We want to select all of the head, and you know what? Let's select the rig as well, because maybe we will need to do that to get this to do what we want. We're going to need to go back to edit mode now. You select everything. Okay, okay, okay. Buddy. We're gonna select all. And then we need to go to, where was it? Where was the... Okay, yeah, it's in data. Then we go to shape keys. Add shape key for the object. Okay, so grab this, so we add the basis, and then we're gonna make a new one, and we're gonna call it mouth open. So if I go into pose mode, yeah, so see that I set like this, and then let's maybe grab these just to try and clean this up a little bit, because it's terrifying to look at. Okay, leave that for a second, because the question that I need to ask first is, if we go back to the mesh, we're gonna go back to object mode, we're gonna select this, we're gonna go into edit mode. Now we're on mouth open. So the minimum value to -1. Yeah, see, it's not changing based on the positioning of the rig. Relative to basis, vertex group. So I feel like there has to be a way for this to actually like change or update the keys, but I certainly don't know what it is. Let me see if there's a way. Bake rig 2. What was it called? Shape keys. Is it possible to make armature poses into shape keys? There's a problem loading the site. God damn it, that is exactly what I wanted. Alright, fine, Reddit. If you pose and then apply a pose as default, you can use it for a shape key. However, this is going to make things difficult to maintain. It is possible using join as shapes. Basically, you select multiple meshes that have the same base topology of vertex count but different shapes. Then select the mesh you want to be the basis shape. Then select the little arrow. Okay, that seems super roundabout. Just to be sure. Shifts are due to bone constraints. Turn off bone constraints, okay. I open pose mode and move a few bones to create the first blend shape. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Then open object mode, select the character mesh, open the modifier tab, and save the shape key in the armature modifier. Okay, let's try that. Select the mesh. So we're gonna select the mesh, particularly these guys, right? Go ahead and grab the eyes too for good measure. Just make sure that we don't miss anything. Okay. Open the modifier tab. Object modifiers, there we go. And save the shape key in the armature modifier. So we have the rig. Deform. Okay, so this is the armature modifier. Save the shape key in the multi-modifier, preserve volume, vertex group. Envelops, bind to vertex group, object rig. Okay, let's try adding a new one then. Well, so let's see what we've got, right? Edit, data transfer, mesh cast, UV, project, UV, warp. I don't think it's any of those. It's not going to be a generate. Shrink wrap, warp, wave, normals, no. Physics, no. Geometry, possibly input, but let's try making another armature modifier. Okay, so it doesn't seem like that's what we want. Open the modifier tab and save the shape key in the armature modifier. How old is this? Hey, Tishel. I appreciate you stopping by and checking in. Hope you have a very good day. Hope your Friday's good. Hope you have a good start to the weekend. Appreciate you thinking of us. Everyone say goodnight. Go to the vertex tab and change the value of the shape key from 0 to 1 to see if the shape has been applied. We might just need to do this the way that the video is showing, but I want to see if we can figure out if we can get this to work. Preserve the volume, modifier. Right, so we're in object mode. Okay, I don't think we want to warp. Converting or baking a simulation to shape keys. Why does Blender Artist not work? I feel like they have a bunch of the answers that I want and they don't do it. Make the shape key action. Okay, so they say make a keyframe. Your entire shape key animation. Alright, so this is an add-on. Duplicate the shape key, split the shape key. Yeah, so this doesn't seem to. Making shape keys or reversing. Cats plugin use the apply shape key to basis. Okay, let's try this. Go back to pose mode. Custom color set viewport display, okay. Bendy bones, maybe over here. Yeah, I'm really hoping there's some way that we can bake it. But shape key edit mode. Solo active shape key, add reset position, Vertex group relative to basis, texture remesh, geometry data. Huh. Well, we've got all of this, right? Really wish this were better organized so that I could actually see what the fuck I'm dealing with. Like twist forearms, spine, foot, feather, neck, bang, jawbone. No. No, 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 no. Select. Shape key edit mode. Is it this? There. Relative to basis. Okay, ring. Got the eyelid. Could you, like, actually remember the thing that I clicked on? That would be super helpful. You. Uh-oh, I hope I didn't break something. Okay. Assign this. Okay, so assigning... Oh, maybe I need to... Okay, so... Let's... clear all the transforms on that. Go back into object mode. We're gonna select all these guys. I'm going to go into edit mode. And then we're on mouth edit. That is open. I guess open might be the right word. Open for edit. And then we need to find the jawbone. We're going to assign it. Yes? Assign the selected vertices to the active vertex group. Except that it's not a vertex, it's just... it's a bone. See, I don't see a way. The way that this is working, I don't see a way to do both at once. Right? Like I can grab the rig and go into pose mode to move it around. Or I can grab the mesh and go into edit mode to move that around. But I can't do both. I don't see a better... Wonder rig shape keys. Alright. Create saving a shape key from moving a bone. I'm not sure if you can do this on the rig mesh. I think the bone deformations will clash with the shape key deformations. Someone might correct me. Know how to use shape keys without bones. I'll just move the mesh by hand and then save the shape key. Yeah, that's what we were going to do. Select your mesh, go to the properties window, modifier tab. In the armature modifier, you'll find a button named apply as shape key. Go to the mesh. Okay, so let's try this one more time. We're gonna grab this. Why are you moving the entire thing? Okay, so we got that back. So now we're gonna go to object. We're gonna go over here. We're going to select your mesh, go to the properties window. Object, modifiers, particles, constraints, material. Okay. Wait, modifiers, okay. In the armature modifier, you'll find a button named apply as shape key. That's a move thing. That's just an unfurl caret. Why is that hidden? Why is that so deep? Okay, so now if we go back to here, does that mean I can grab all these guys? Go into edit mode. Go back to my data. That was unintended. That was like pulling teeth. That was awful. Okay, so now here's the other question. Right, so we have the value that goes 0 to 1. Little not super helpful here because I want to be able to grab everything, right? And it's really not ideal that I have to like grab all of these at once. Or it's not ideal that each one is its own situation. Like I want to just have a single control group for the entire object. Okay, let me see if there's a thing for that. If I hit Control G, you're not gonna fucking do anything, are you? Let's make a new collection and we're gonna call it head. See if that works for us. It technically does, but you're not... I want you to grab the things within the collection when I grab the collection. I don't understand why that's hard. Select the object. Yeah, just do that by default. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this again. Because... So we kind of got it to work, right? But what I need you to do now is get rid of them because you didn't apply it evenly to everything. Or you kind of fucked it up. So we're gonna try again. We're gonna go back into object mode. We're gonna select this. Going to enter pose mode. We're going to do the same thing that we did before, except you're not moving the mesh anymore. Why are you not moving the mesh anymore? Why? I don't think I like Blender. Blender not moving mesh. Grant the mesh to the armature with the automatic way. Oh, is it because I made a control group? And it's outside of character 1? Are you upset about that? I bet it's because you're upset about it. Except that these aren't part of that group, so what does it fucking matter? Yeah, the parent is still the rig, so why are you upset? Okay, let's do this. Open recent. Do not save. Hide this. Where is my rig? Oh, why is my rig hidden again? Okay, why actually is the rig hidden? Where is it? Be a little eye next to each bone. No, I do not see that. Closing and reopening the file. Fine. Re-enabling the collection. Contain the armature. Well, I don't think it's that. Initial layer box in the armature tab. I don't think it's that. This is the content that you guys come for, right? Oh, because I'm in the goddamn layout tab again, not in modeling, doesn't show. I hate this program. I hate this program. Okay. If we can get one of these to work tonight, I would consider that a win. I'm not super confident at this point, but if we can get there, I'll be like, yes. At this point, it is more just about understanding the capability. Because I know we can just go in and modify the mesh directly, right? That is a thing that we can do. That is an option. But I feel like that can't be it, right? For all of the you know, finely rendered animations and such that people do, there is no way that the answer is just, well, just move the verts, right? There has to be a thing that people are doing to make this work better. Okay, so we select all there. And then the other thing that I was seeing, where was it? It was a Reddit thread. Did I bury it already? I might have buried it. I might have lost it in the churn. So it's not that. Okay, so it's not there. Okay, here we go. Select your mesh, go to the properties window, modifier tab. And then under here, bake a shape key. So, but it is grayed out. Is not allowed from edit mode. Okay, that's fine. So let's just select all the objects that I want to modify it to. And we're going to apply a shape key. If we go here, okay. But you didn't apply it to the other objects. You only did it on the one. You still only did it on the one. Apply modifier as a new shape key and keep it in the stack. Apply modifier as a new shape key and remove from the stack. Oh, I see. So it like undoes the rig. Sure, I guess. See, it seems... Okay, so here's the problem. Here's the problem that I'm running into. Let's go to the face, right? We have this one. So we know it'll go like that. It'll do that much, right? But I also need it to go in the other direction, right? I need to have the -1 value. Okay, so it does sort of interpolate. Oh, this is the opposite direction. Which apparently we don't really want it to go beyond like 0.4 because then she turns into freaking Popeye. I'm gonna take this. I'm just gonna say fine. This works. This is good enough. It's not pretty. I don't like it. But I think it's gonna have to do. God, this fucking sucks. I'm gonna be honest, this is not really much fun to work with, but we can work with this, I guess. Wait, what do you mean you don't have a modifier on you? Oh, because I already rigged it. Alright, fine. So yeah, minimum range, 0.4. Okay, so I think what we'll actually do here is we'll use the teeth. So here, could you open your mouth for a second? There you go. So the teeth and the gums. See, it looks like it's modifying both of them. It's not going to. It's not actually. It's just modifying the last one selected. Okay, so we're gonna bring this up until the teeth click like that, right? So that's our actual, like, maximum range is like negative 0.175, let's say. So now we're just gonna go back to all the other ones and set that as our min value. So then that closes up like that. So we'll have to make some adjustments to the shape of the lips and everything. Like, this was never going to completely get everything exactly where we wanted it, but at least we can kind of use it to, like, ballpark the position of the objects, right? The really annoying thing here, the thing that I really do not appreciate, is there doesn't seem to be a way that I can have like a slider that moves all of them together, right? Okay, so shape keys on multiple objects. Creating shape keys for multiple objects. I fucking hate Blender artist community. Just stop linking to it if the site's broken. It's possible to have second shape key for the edit changes from shape 1 controller. Multiple shape keys for different meshes in the same movement. Drivers might be a way to go. Logically related to each other, moving up and down. Easiest for folks to give definite answers. In all shape key values, right click and clear keyframes except for one. Then the one left shape key, which is still keyframe, right click and copy as new driver. What? Oh. Add a driver. Add driver for the property under the cursor. Okay, yes. Driven property. Scripted expression driver value 0. Expression variable plus false, use self. Show in the driver editor, please. This is so weird. Okay. So then if we take this, and right click on it, then we can add a driver. No. Then right click on the non-keyframe shape key values and paste a driver. Okay, so go back here. Right click on this. On the one left shape key, which is still keyframed, right click and select copy as new driver. feel like they are making this so much more difficult than it needs to be. Delete the driver, please. You're not doing what I want you to do. Thank you. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, so we're gonna insert a keyframe. And the one left shape key, which is still keyframe, right click and select copy as new driver. Okay, and then we go to the other ones. And we right click and we hit paste as new driver. Or paste driver. There we go. Okay, so we got the tongue, we got that, and then paste this here. Okay, but now whenever you change the keyframes in the keyframe value, all the others will go with it. Okay, but it's not doing that. Okay, so let's try this again. We're gonna copy as the driver. We're gonna go back here. We're going to delete the existing driver. And we're going to paste the driver. So now when I go back here, that still doesn't move it. That still doesn't move it. Why does it not move it? From ID block, key blocks, mouse open, dot lock shape, average value. Some of the values? No. I hate this program, dude. I hate this program so fucking much. What am I even looking at here? I just want to be able to move all of these together, right? Okay, am I missing? Now whenever you change the keyframes and the keyframe value, all the others will go with it. Is it because of this? Like I need... Yes, I need the shape key editor, which is down here. And now... Okay, so that's there. Oh my god, okay. But now you're not moving at all. Why are you not moving at all? Okay. If I paste the driver into here. Okay. Can you show me the driver editor? Okay, I don't understand why this is saying the things that it is saying. Right, so if we grab this, go into my mouth open, we're going to paste the driver. That seems like it should work. Okay, so now that's moving again. So let's go into the animation tab, and we're gonna move that around. So that's great, but why is this not working? Oh, because you don't have the driver actually applied to you because you're stupid. But it doesn't seem like I can copy it again as a driver, but I can't paste it to itself, which I guess kind of makes sense, but I also need it to run off of the same channel that the other one is using. So how do I make it do that? Oh, but now it's moving. So if I select both of them, no. Why is this so ass? Like, it will only move for one object at a time, and I don't get why. I don't get why it feels the need to do that. Copy the properties of driver and use that visibility on the visibility of each object. So the driver descriptive expression, something like property, because visibility toggles are actually backwards of how you would just be a bit more. I don't get it. I don't get it. This is dumb. Okay, let me see if there's a way that I can do this Blender, edit multiple object shape keys together. I'll combine multiple shape keys into a single shape key. Shape mix. Morph into different shapes. That's not what I need. Is it possible to combine shape keys, how to have two models together without messing them up? The basis shape key is selected for both meshes. Some shape keys share the same name. Change one of them or they will be merged. All shape keys are retained as long as you don't modify the vertices moved by shape keys. If a shape key moves some vertices that you want to stay still, no. See, the thing for me is I want to be able to grab all of these objects and as a group move all of them together. And sort of going back to Live 2D, it's a similar thing of I can set a parameter, which I guess in this case would be like a driver, right? I can have a value range. And I would key each object on that parameter. And on one end of the spectrum, or wherever I set the key, here is the location, here's the value that I want it to be at. And then I can do that, as far up and down the range as I want it to do to, get more and more control of it. So if there were a way that I could do that, that would be fantastic. But this seems to be incredibly almost resistant to setting up a system like that. And like there's an example here I think I already closed it. Where someone had like a safety arm thing, like at a train track, that responds to two different objects approaching. I don't know. I don't get how to do what I want to do. I might need to ask a friend. I know a couple people that are more familiar with Blender and they might be able to answer some stuff about this. Hey, Konsu. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing alright. Are you looking for me? Possibly. Is there a way that I can set up a shape key to operate multiple objects simultaneously? What do you want to connect it? I don't know. I just want to be able to modify the various objects that I've made the head out of without having to go, like, hit 4 sliders at the same time. Like, I won't be able to set up the shape key and then make the modifications as a group. Swanee Bone. Okay. Well, I've got... Oh god, I gotta reset all this shit. I have the jawbone that's already there, which is how I got to this spot. I can go through and reset everything. Back here. Yeah, I've got the control. Well, except now it's not happy. I guess because we already have the shape key that's controlling it? I'm not sure. Probably just delete the shape key. Or at least mute it. Yeah, I probably did. Alright, reset. Transforms all. Alright. Try this again. So yeah, have the control that'll let us move the jaw around. Admittedly not cleanly, but it'll at least get us into a starting point, right? Suggest to use another bone. Okay. And to parent it to the head. Is there a reason that this bone doesn't work? Because it's going to be a lot... We're going to have to go back a few steps if we need to make new bones. Right. We actually want to do a corrective blend shape. No, I want to set up an expression. So I wouldn't call it corrective. Oh, interesting. That actually looks a lot better than what it was able to calculate. I would use another bone. Okay, well, then how would I set up the bone? I don't see why this one doesn't work. That not working. Or is it working and it just doesn't show it? It spawned it under the character. I hate this program. Okay. There should be add bone. Okay. This guy. Now put where I like it. Okay. Oh my god, why? This is gotta be a whole fucking thing, isn't it? This is gonna be a whole fucking thing. Alright, where's the position of the object? Properties, location. I don't want to key you. I want you to just zero out. Makes sense to the people who built it, but don't see how it makes sense to the regular user. That is my feeling. I feel like when you've worked with it for a long time, it makes sense. But it just, I don't know. I find it perpetually frustrating. No. There we go. Alright. Alright, let's say that's good. I would put it in a place where you can see it in pose mode. Okay. So yeah, now it's there. Now it's quaternion. Okay. Like Y rotation. Okay. Now copy as new driver. Okay. I'm guessing we're gonna need the driver editor. Go into blend shapes. No, that's shape keys. Well, okay. Okay, so go back to the bone and pose mode. Make the shape using the armature. And with the modifier, you can save it as a shape key. Right, so we got bones, we got object, constraints physics, the armature modifier. In the body mesh? The modifier. Okay, so go back to the body mesh. And then with the modifier, you can save it as a shape key. Yeah, in the modifier tab. Go into object mode, okay. Small menu. Okay. And then sure, applies a shape key. So now we have 3 of them. Okay. This is the armature modifier. Okay. I mean, I haven't changed it, but sure. Let's see you to -1. Are you gonna do the same thing as before? Yes. I click on the value. Okay. Base driver. So now it'll fall. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we are doing a new bone just to demonstrate it. Like, demonstrate how it would work. Okay, I see. Thank you, Kunsu. Alright, so now let's try actually applying this. Attribute for the shape key. And what would the attributes do? Okay, so we're gonna go back into pose mode. We're gonna grab this, we're gonna move it down. Let's say, let's go a little extreme, right? Or you can use the pose library, that would be the easiest thing. Okay. Okay, so let's set that. And then let's go back through this, right? So we would need to grab... Okay. Let's walk through this again. We're gonna grab Z value. We're in Euler. Copy as a new driver. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna clean up the vertices once I get everything into the approximate location. I just am using this as a setup. Okay, so let's just reset the position for right now. Hold on, let's focus on getting this working. And we can worry about the cleanup later. We're gonna need this. And then what was it? Then the number value hit paste driver. Okay. Oh wait, hang on, because that's not working now. Oh wait, no. No. Why is that not working? Where did it go wrong? Okay, so if we go back to object mode, the jawbone. Well, I see. So no, because I grabbed the value of the controller rather than the value of the bone itself. Except that the bone hasn't moved? Interesting. Yeah, so this doesn't have a or this has a coordinate value, this has a location value. This didn't rotate. Interesting. Yeah, that didn't move at all. Okay. So how would I get that value to then apply to the actual mesh? None of these guys are just use the control. I did grab the control. I copied that value and tried to set that as a driver, but it didn't work. That's what I set here. I would use another bone. I don't have another bone. Reset the position. I'm gonna grab these guys. You're gonna do this again. So we're gonna grab that. Grab that. Grab that. We're gonna set the right. You're talking about this one. But this doesn't control anything. And I'll change pose and reset position. Oh, right. Because this doesn't control anything. This is just the one that we made for demonstration purposes. That's the jawbone. We got the lips offset. We got the tongue. We got the chin. What is this doing? Oh, that's just a controller. Jawbone track. So if I set this as a driver though, use the jawbone for the bone shapes is gonna be a mess. So if I set this, go back here. Let's delete the driver. We'll set this to 0. And then we'll paste this one as a driver. But see, that's not moving anything, right? Like, it's not getting the information of what the default and modified shape should be. I think we need to go ahead and call it a night. It is about time to stop the stream. Actually, it's exactly time to stop the stream. I don't like this program. I don't like Blender. I feel like this is making it way more complicated than it has any business being. But, on the bright side, we got the stuff in engine working pretty well. I was hoping this would be a fairly simple thing to just sort of kick into gear, but it turns out I think I'm gonna need to do some more digging. Blender does seem unfriendly. I'm using AutoRig Pro. Alright. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap things up for the night. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. So everyone say good night to the VOD squad. And we're gonna find somebody to raid out to. Alrighty. Alta!